Can you all see the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, madam.
Okay, good morning. Uh, so, uh, so today we are going to discuss. Uh, could you please give me like another 5 minutes? I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. Can you see the screen? No?
Yes,
Okay.
madam.
Can. Okay. So today we are going to talk about supply chain management. So now, whatever the good that we are using today, it might be you might be purchasing bread from a bakery. Uh, so how that bread was processed and how many participants were there, everything is all about supply chain management, right? So in a supply chain we talk about how a product or a service is being produced, or if it's a service, how it's being delivered to the end customer from its origin, right? For example, if it's going to be bread, to produce bread, we need raw material. It might be wheat flour, it might be yeast, and so many things. And those things will be purchased from maybe from the farmers, and maybe if it's not going to be the farmers, it might be another merchandiser. So something like that, you will be purchasing them, you will be preparing them now, delivering those things to the end customer. So that is the basic idea behind this supply chain management. So, in this one, we will be talking about what a supply chain is and supply chain processes or activities, supply chain for service providers, and we will be again talking about what the supply chain management is, and also today sustainability is something very important. So, we will be talking about sustainable supply chain management as well. And like every business organization, uh, it is or those are subjected to uncertainty or risks. So likewise, of course, a supply chain is a collaboration or an integration of many business organizations within maybe a particular industry or cross industries as well. Of course, those supply chains are subjected to uncertainty, so we'll be talking about those things. So uh, as I explained you earlier, when it comes to a supply chain is encompasses all activities associated with the flow of transformation of goods and services from its raw material stage to the end user or end customer stage, and as well as associated with its information flow, right? So here if we talk about the supply chain, right, it might be again a supermarket or a retailer. Here you might be purchasing, let's say, bread or something, right? Then you are the end customer, you are going to the supermarket and purchasing bread. So for this supermarket, if it's Prima might have delivered or distribute using distributor, they might have distributed Prima bread to Keels or Cargills, right? Then, for as distributors, they collect whatever the goods to be delivered or distributed from the factories or the manufacturers, right? Then they have for the manufacturers to produce bread, as I told you earlier, they need raw material, wheat flour, and whatever the other ingredients. So they will be purchasing them from the suppliers. Sometimes for these suppliers, there might be mill owners or something like that when it comes to wheat. Sometimes there might be farmers. So these mill owners or the suppliers, they might be purchasing uh, raw wheat from the farmers, and they might be grinding them and packeting them or value adding to those wheat and delivering or selling them to the manufacturer. So this is the basic supply chain. So is it clear? First tell me that, please.
Yes, madam.
Right. So when it comes to this supply chain, right? Now, of course, we can see products are moving or flowing, right? For this particular supplier, yes, from the farmer they might be purchasing wheat. So it's moving from farmer to supplier. So supplier grind them, that is moved from supplier to the manufacturer. So once the manufacturer is processed this wheat and converted that into bread is moved to the distributors. So distributors moved or distribute those bread items to the retail shop. From the retail shop, shoppers or the customers, they pay and purchase the item and they consume. So of course there's a move of products, and at the same time finance is also moved. Why? Shopper purchase, pays and buy. Retailer, for the whatever the items they get from the distributor, they have to pay something. It might be without a profit for the retailer, but there might be a profit margin for the distributor. So anyway, finance is flown here, right? This way. And at the same time information is also important, right? Information is also moved, like when it comes to farmer might be saying something. It might be all about the origin of the. Now here we are not going to talk about this sustainability and all, but when it comes to, I don't know whether that is practiced in Sri Lanka yet, I'm not so sure, but when it comes to some countries, when it comes to certain products, I have witnessed that uh, when it comes to the end product on the package, they have inserted a barcode, right? So by scanning that barcode, you can see how this product was originated. Is it sustainable? When the harvest was, sorry, yeah, it was reaped or something like that. For how long harvest was kept in the farmer. So every detail is visible sometimes to the customer, right? Customer or any other middle layers. So their information might be flown, and at the same time, of course, when it comes to orders and all, farmer says, okay, it might be as a bill or communicating communication about the agreement of the order or something like that. Of course information is flown apart from that sustainable practices and all, right? So of course when it comes to supply chain, products are flown, information is flown, and finance is flown, right? And on the other hand side, now this is from left to right, uh, reverse flowing might also be happening, because when it comes to, we would say again, sometimes bread, the shopper purchase bread without checking the expiry date. If it's expired, shopper might be exchanging that or returning that. So sometimes it might be returned to the retailer and retailer might be discarded that or something like that happen. And there are sometimes not in our country, in some other countries, uh, shopper is given back the cost of the product that the shopper purchased. So something like that might be happening. And on the other hand side, information might also be flown, because shopper is saying, okay, this product is expired. Then they might be questioning why expired items are still available in the shelves or something like that might be happening. So apart from this bread example, when it comes to, we would say, mobile phones and all, right? So nowadays when it comes to iPhones and all, you can trade in. So when it comes to trading, I don't know what is the scenario behind that exactly, but let's assume the shopper return that or trade in, and shopper gets money back. That happens, of course, and then sometimes the retailer might be sending that back to maybe the manufacturer or the any other suppliers, or that might be used in the recycling processes or something like that might be happening. So at that sort of a situation, information is also flown, sometimes backward as well, right? So is it clear? So if I ask you to explain how these three processes are flown in a supply chain, can you explain that to me? Okay, shall we do an activity? Uh, because there might, I don't know, there might be a question from that for the exam. So I want you all to select a supply chain of your choice and explain the three processes, both this side, I mean left to right and right to left. Select whatever the supply chain that, or select whatever the product, and explain that to me. I'll give you 5 minutes. Did you are you done with that?
Yes, madam.
Okay, can someone please explain me?
Madam, I took cake company.
Mm-hmm.
Company purchased raw materials like flavors, eggs, fruits, and
Yeah.
other etc. And with containers from various kind of suppliers.
Hmm.
Then they make in finished products combined with raw materials, and then warehousing is stored until an order is placed.
Hmm.
Then delivering when receive order or places the product transport to the customer using various kinds of courier partners.
Yeah.
Other sites when receiving or finding expiry date with cakes, return to the retailer again and distributor and manufacturer to the other side.
Hmm. Okay. Who? So what about the information flow? Did you cover like finance, product, and information flow? Can you hear me?
Yes, madam. No, I think I couldn't fill that part.
Okay. Anyone else?
Madam,
Yes.
madam, let's assume electric items.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, there is various suppliers for the manufacturers, and
Hmm.
then manufacturers manufacturing the products and distributing to the shops. Uh, in this way, the products and finances goes through the chain, and information also, because how to use this product and so on information, and then the customers take buy from the products from the shops, and then if the product is something breakdown or something like that, then they return to the product to the uh, shop. So then there is information go to the shop again about the breakdown and
Mm-hmm.
product, and also the shop will give money back to the customer. So the shop
Hmm.
will distribute it to the manufacturer about information about the breakdown, and then product also going through, and also finance uh, money back from the manufacturer from the shop.
Okay. That's good. Uh, who else did it? No one else?
Madam,
Yeah.
I selected the pharmaceutical products. Raw
Mm-hmm.
materials suppliers provide chemical ingredients or herbal components, and
Hmm.
manufacturer produce the medicines.
Hmm.
Finished products go to distributors and wholesalers.
Hmm.
Pharmacies and hospitals receive the medicines. Medicines reach the end customers or patients. Mm,
Hmm.
Information flow, order details, quality, delivery dates, inventory levels, demand forecast, quality reports and tracking updates, regulatory and prescription in formalized.
Hmm. Okay. That's good. Who else did it? No one did it? Okay. Okay, that's good. But when it comes to the exam, sometimes you might have to draw it in. Can you see my screen? No, let me show that again. Sometimes you might have to draw it like this and show, right? Okay, so this is what I expect. So then if I talk about the flows in supply chain, it's material or the product flow. It might be raw material, finished goods and return goods, information flow, demand information, product information, forecasting information, and new product development information. Finance is the money flow. So when it comes to the information flow, it's like, yes, the uh, retailer might be forecasting. I think you have learned about forecasting. Retailer might be forecasting whatever the monthly demand, and it might be communicated to the distributor might be communicated that to the manufacturer based on that demand, based on the raw material that they want, they might be communicating that to supply. So something like that happens. Product information, forecasting information, demand information, all those things cover that. And new product development information means like sometimes some organization, maybe the manufacturer, if he wants to produce a new item, sometimes they might be collaboratively working with the suppliers and the retailers and working together. Did at all? We talked about concurrent engineering, right? Yeah. So when it comes to concurrent engineering, sometimes, yes, it's among the departments within the organization, but we can go beyond the organization and talk to suppliers and sometimes the customers and give their ideas to give the ideas to come up with a new design or new product or something like that. And sometimes to enhance the performance of that particular product. I don't know whether I'm giving you the right facts, but maybe, for example, if it's an iPhone, sometimes when it comes to its performance, they might be working with certain suppliers, maybe based in China. If they have certain suppliers, they might be working with them. Based on their ideas, they might be enhance the performance of the particular product. So that is the idea. Sometimes based on the uh, customers' feedback, they might be changing the product. So something like that might be happen. Spelling is wrong. Okay. So this is bit about the supply chain. Then now when it comes to this particular supply chain, we have two streams, upstream and the downstream, right? Two streams are there, upstream and the downstream. So let's see what those two are. When it comes to upstream supply chain, that means suppliers of raw material to production. It's like in the previous example, farmer to maybe the manufacturer. This is the upstream. Here I have not shown any farmer, but from farmer, supplier to manufacturer, this is the upstream, right? Then we have a downstream of the supplier, that is from manufacturer or the production to distributor. Here we have, in this particular example, I did not show any warehouses, but the distributors, warehouses, and sometimes retailers, and also the end customer, right? So when it comes to this example, this is the upstream. This is the upstream. And from this point to this point, this is the downstream. Okay. So this is it. Is it clear?
Yes,
Is it
madam.
clear or not clear?
Yes, madam.
Yeah. So in this picture also here, yes, we have the factory, right? For the factory, yes, we have suppliers. Okay. And from the factory, once the goods are produced, they are distributed using distributing centers, right? So something like that might happen. Now here, when it comes to this upstream side, okay, for the factory, if I take this wheat flour example, for this particular factory, yes, they might have ordered, or they might have gathered whatever the raw material that they want, and they might keep them in a warehouse, and they might be using them when they want. That is why this is where there's a warehouse here. But for this particular warehouse, yes, raw materials are acquired from the suppliers. It might be not only one supplier, it might be maybe from several suppliers. Now, for that cake example, yes, the flavors, or the flavors, wheat flour, those things. Flavors might be supplied by a different supplier. Wheat flour might be supplied by a different supplier. So there might be maybe two different suppliers at this stage. There might be another one. So those are directly dealing with the maybe the manufacturer or the warehouse, that those can be identified as first tier supplier or tier 1 supplier. Okay, then for if I go back to this wheat flour example again, when it comes to wheat flour, I told you that for the wheat flour supplier, that person might be purchasing wheat flour maybe from a mill owner, right? So that wheat flour supplier, that person is contacting with this mill owner. So mill owner is the second tier of the supplier, because this factory or the warehouse, that is not directly contacting with that person, that is in from that person's side, that is in the second layer. So that's why we can call it as a second tier or tier 1 tier 2 supplier. Then if we go back, for this mill owner, that person might be purchasing wheat or corn from farmers, right? So farmer becomes, in this particular supply chain, the tier 3 supplier, because that person is not directly dealing with the factory or the warehouse. That is the level 3 contact. So we can have many more tiers, something like that, right? And at the same time, maybe from the factory side, distributor might be, or distributor can be first tier customer, retail shop, or we'll say not the distributor. It might be the wholesaler, might be the first tier customer. Retailer might be the second tier customer. End customer might be the third tier customer. So something like that might happen, right? So that is bit about that. Is it clear?
Yes,
Is it clear?
Yes.
yes, madam.
Yes, madam.
Yeah, here clothing, tier 1. Yeah, thread and all, tier 2. Clothes are produced and given to this person. Then cotton, that of course clothes or the thread, all these things are produced using cotton. So that becomes tier 3, right? Okay. Then we are going to talk about supply chain processes and the activities. Okay. So the supply chain is also, as I told you earlier, an integrated group of business processes and activities with the same goal, providing customer satisfaction. Now, when it comes to any supply chain, now it's clear. So by now it's very clear when it comes to a supply chain. Now, when you are consuming whatever the product, or when you are consuming whatever the service that is available in the market, that is not done just by one person. That is a collaboration of several businesses. That is of course clear. Now, when it comes to these business organizations, they work together to satisfy who? The end customer, right? If you are going to consume the bread, to produce that bread to satisfy you. It might be in terms of the value of the product or cost. It might be either cost wise or value by any other aspect. It might be value by quality or taste of the product or health aspect of the product. We don't know, it depends on the product, right? Product's ultimate goal. So based on that, all these people, they or business organizations, they work together to satisfy this particular end customer. It might be like, yeah, it might be enhancing the satisfaction, or customer might feel okay, whatever, for whatever the price that we pay, yes, we get a better product, we are highly satisfied. So satisfaction is very subjective. And at the same time, this particular supply chain should try best, if it's going to be a very ethical one, should try to reduce the cost and try to give that back to the end customers, right? So those might be the end goals of these particular supply chains. So anyway, there are, as I told you again, there are different people or the organizations. So all of them have different activities. If we have manufacturers, they produce. If we have as the manufacturer, if I want raw material, I engage with procurement or purchasing items, and distribution is there. Raw material distribution or in product distribution, logistic activities are there. So likewise, there are several activities that are there in this particular or in whatever the supply chain, right? So, and also information technology, flow of the information that keep these business organizations or people that are there in the supply chain together, and the information flow is fast tracked with the modern technology, right? It might be, of course, the internet, and sometimes they have their internal communication systems, or it might be softwares. Once the manufacturer updates the requirements, that might be on the spot visible to the supplier. So based on that, supplier might be planning the orders, or if it's hard to plan, if the capacity is not enough, sometimes the supplier might be communicating that back to the manufacturer. So that sort of things are there. So is it clear? Simply what I'm
Yes,
saying
madam.
is, yes, we have these activities in the supply chain, and the smooth flow of these activities to reduce the interruption in the supply chain, information matters a lot. Right. Now, basically, when it comes to supply chains, we talked about manufacturing organizations or manufacturing supply chains. But of course, we have service organizations. If it's going to be a hospital, yes, that is a service organization. We have the hospital, it might be the service delivery point, and there might be an end customer, right? And also, even for this one, there are supplies, medicine, different other aspects might be supplied. So even for this, there might be tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 suppliers as well. So this, when it comes to this hospital supply chain, it's not only about the medicine. It might be the infrastructure or the meals as well. So many things are there. So for all those things, there are supplies, right? So this is the service supply chain, but it is somewhat shorter compared to a manufacturing supply chain, because when it comes to manufacturing, we might be having from manufacturer to many other layers. So that is the simple idea. So, so when it comes to service supply chains or a service supply chain, it does not always provide the customer with a physical good and does not focus as much on the flow of physical item, right, through the supply chain. So as I told you earlier, they are in the manufacturing organization, a physical item is flown, product is flown. But in the service supply chain, yes, product is flown. uh, I would not say products are not flown. We can't say all the time, because even sometimes for medication, sometimes we provide medicine to customers in a hospital. Sometimes it might not be, if it's going to be a private hospital, sometimes medication is just given, the person it has to buy that, so there might be a separate case. But if it is provided, sometimes it is gone. But when it comes to counseling and all, just information, that's it. So that sort of differences are there even among service supply chains as well, right? So, but their main focus is not about the physical item. We basically focus about the service aspect, right? So we focus on more about the human resources, support services necessary to produce the service. The supply chain of a service provider also extend it's to more compact, less extended than a manufacturing supply chain, and it does not have many tiers of suppliers, and its distribution network is smaller or not existent. Service companies are definable, can be effectively managed using many of the same principle of manufacturing supply chains. And service companies, organizations have suppliers who have suppliers. They distribute their products to customers who may have their own customers as well. So as I told you earlier, if it's going to be a government hospital, they might be providing products to them as well. So this is the basic thing. Was it clear?
Yes, madam.
Right. Okay, here uh, it says a hospital and HMO do not provide actual goods to their customers. They nevertheless purchase equipment, computers, drugs, and medical supplies from suppliers. They also contract for service such as food preparation or laundry, hire doctors, nurses, accountants, administration staff, and provide healthcare. They have quality management issues through their supply chain. They also encounter the same problem and inefficiencies as manufacturing based supply chain. Other service oriented companies such as McDonald's do in fact provide a physical product, thus have more discernible supply chain with distribution, transportation, and inventory like a manufacturing company. Now, McDonald's, it is, we identify it as a fast food organizations or the restaurants or the hotels. If yes, hotels, if they are into delivering something, yes, we can see some supply chain more similar to a service organization, sorry, manufacturing organization. But when it comes to supply chains, it might be a hospital private part. Sometimes they have to focus on, yes, medicine and all, and as well as their key thing is the human resources, because that matters a lot. If they are trying to keep the good doctors and all, customers might be there with us, they have to enhance the service quality and all. So that is what this says. So now we so far talked about what a supply chain is, and we divided that into service organizations and the manufacturing organizations. Um, now we are going to focus on managing the supply chain, right? So I told you that when it comes to any supply chain, there's an end goal to satisfy the customer, and as well as sometimes to reduce the cost. Not sometimes, it should try, because each and every business organizations session, they want to enhance their profit margin, so of course they try to reduce their cost. So those are the objectives of a supply chain. So when it comes to managing a supply chain, so it focuses basically on integrating and managing the flow of goods and the services, as well as information throughout the supply chain, to make it responsive to customer needs while lowering total cost. Right? So in the previous example, we saw, yes, there are many parties in the supply chain. They exchange goods, maybe the information, as well as some financial resources. So when they are going to move all those things, how they are going to uh, ensure their customers are satisfied. At the same time, cost is reduced. So one tip is, when it comes to a supply chain, within a supply chain, for example, when it comes to the suppliers, when suppliers are distributing goods, not goods, raw material, I would say, to the factories or the manufacturers, one tip of reducing the cost is they can apply a proper logistic plan or proper route plan or something like that, in a way of minimizing cost. So that cost saving would be given to the entire supply chain, because when it comes to the suppliers, maybe the charging price or the delivery cost, that will be reduced. So that will be ultimately impacted to reduce the overall cost in the supply chain, and also to enhance the satisfaction of the customer. So that might be possible for distributing the end goods to different. Now when it comes to distributor, it might be a third party, right? Supply chains, those are very complex, right? So when it comes to distributors, there might be actually I can't remember the exact term, third party distributing channels or distributors or something like that. So there are distributors who are just providing distributing service only. They are not into any other aspect, or that particular manufacturer, they do not have their own distributors, right? So that is the idea behind this third party distribute or logistic providers, if I'm, yeah, third party logistic providers. So it might be something like I don't know whether we use that in retail supply chains. Scale one, large scale. I don't know whether I'm giving you proper examples, but let's assume for a very large industry, they use this third party distributing channels. So when it comes to those third party distributors, they cater to so many customers. From the distributor side, the manufacturers are customers, so they cater to so many customers, and they try to optimize their route plan, and based on that, they can minimize whatever the price that they charge from their customers. So overall, that might be impacting to the end product price or reduce the cost. So that is how we are going to achieve the objectives of the supply chains. Was it clear or did I confuse you?
Clear, madam?
Okay. So, for to achieve those things, actually, this is some sort of a repetition. We need to have close collaboration. Then, the other thing, information technology, Internet of Things can be used. So it might be like RFID tags, barcodes, and many other systems that keep the supply chain very visible to the other parties. For example, now if we have a barcode or a tracking number, once the supplier send us the goods, supplier might be in a different country, in China. So we can track where our good is, what will happen to our good. So something like that. And even for the customer, when it comes to practicing sustainable aspects, as I told you earlier, by scanning the barcode or a barcode, they can see what is the origin of this product, how it was produced, for how many days it was kept at certain place, and something like that. I think that is practiced at Walmart. Walmart is a giant retail business organization. I think it's somewhere there in the USA. I'm not so sure about that. Not in Australia, I'm not seen. But I have heard that they use it. If you're interested, you can look into articles about them. And after the break, if possible, I'll show you some videos as well. Uh, so they do practice this. So it is highly interesting. They have used this previously to satisfy their customers and to avoid unavailability of products in their shelves. But nowadays, they have expanded that to this sustainability aspect as well, right? So that is bit about this supply chain management. Now I'm going to, although we have just talked about sustainability aspect, now I'm going to pay our attention toward this sustainable supply chain management. So what do you mean by sustainability? Even in Sri Lanka, even in your where I'm so sure even in your business organization or at your workplace, you talk a lot about this sustainability. So what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Any idea? Come on, you have to talk.
Going
Sorry?
going continuity. So continuity with flexible some suppliers and uh, other part of the the, sys- the supply chain.
Okay.
Madam,
Someone else?
practice of integrating environmental and social considerations to every stage of product's journey.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, that is the basic thing. Are you practicing that at your workplaces in Sri Lanka nowadays? Oh, I'm just asking. Okay, that's fine. I searched for the videos, but I could not find. I'll look into that later because I had those videos maybe in a separate slide. I'm sorry. Okay. So, yes, as you mentioned, it's all about talking about or thinking. Now, as business organizations, we highly pay attention to profit. We want to get profit. We want to expand the market. We want to satisfy the customers. But with the time, we forgot about the environment. We forgot about the oxygen that we need to be alive, actually, right? So nowadays, with these all environmental disasters and some sort of unethical practices which have impacted on maybe the society, right? Nowadays, business organizations, they have paid attention to these sustainability aspects. That means, as organizations, no matter what, how you earn profit, you should earn profit, but you should not harm to the environment or the society around you. That is the simple idea, right? So, there we pay our attention to three aspects. We have to be financially responsible, socially responsible, and at the same time, we have to be environmentally responsible. So, when it comes to the sustainability aspects, in the very first chapter, did we talk about sustainable products or something like that? Or designing, I think, no? At the designing stage, we talked about designing for the environment or something like that, right? Did we? Can't you remember? We talked, right? So there, with this sustainability, they have moved on that, right? Now, here, environmental responsibility, that means green supply chain management, green supply chain processes, reverse logistic, closed loop supply chain management. Now, when it comes to environmental responsibility, they think even when they are like, for example, let's see, I think Starbucks, they do this. Starbucks, they when they are going to purchase coffee beans from coffee farmers, they check whether they have farmed or sorry, they have cultivated or planted these coffee trees in an environmentally friendly manner. Have they used chemicals which are harmful to the environment or not, or something like that? So it is some sort of green purchasing. And also when it comes to purchasing, they might be using or green logistics, I would say. They are uh, talking about electronic vehicles and that sort of things, right? So that is all about environmental responsibility. And also they focus their attention towards to grabbing the used products from the customers and recycling them or reusing them or discarding them in a very good or an environmentally friendly manner. Those are the aspects of environmental responsibility. Is it clear?
Yes, madam.
Then social responsibility, that is conducting ethical supply chain practices. Now uh, we have noticed mostly in developing countries, maybe in Bangladesh, or I don't know about Sri Lanka. I think we are not doing that now. Maybe in Bangladesh, I don't know about China as well. They might be using child as labor, right? Because sometimes they might have to pay a less for amount for them and enhance their profit. So that is not ethical. And sometimes they might be hiring people and paying a less amount, right? So even in garment manufacturing factories, they have lots of workers, but the payments might be very low. That might be very unethical. And not only that, when it comes to factory premises, that should be very friendly for the workers to work. There should be proper ventilation, lighting, and hygiene. That means like there should be sufficient number of toilets even for the laborers to use. All those things count, right? So we have to pay attention to those things when it comes to be socially responsible. So as the supply chain, as a manufacturer, yes, you have to be like that. And also when you are purchasing raw materials from your suppliers, you have to consider whether the supply is practicing or environmentally friendly or environmentally responsible as well as socially responsible. Is this particular supplier using child labor or not? I think in Sri Lanka, when it comes to this garment factories, garment manufacturing companies, they have their customers, right? They have customers Nike, Adidas, all those customers are there. I think they do audits. Those customers, they do annual audits and they check whether these companies are practicing environmentally friendly practices as well as uh, are they I mean ethical when it comes to their workers and all. They check. So if the audit is fair, I think these customers, they are not going to work with those companies again. They would be giving their orders to any other company in the world, not to that particular company. So that is how they practice it. Is it clear?
Yes, madam.
Right. And financial responsibility, that means improving financial well-being of the firm increases its chance of survival in a competitive world. Compensate shareholders who provide capital through stock purchases and other financial instruments via competitive return on investment. So financial responsibility, yes, they have to earn profits, that's all. Now, when it comes to many organizations, we have shareholders. We, if it's going to be yeah, in the stock market, yes, shareholders, they invest, and for their investment based on the company's profit, they have to pay them some I can't remember the exact word, something like in return they have to pay something, so that should be paid very ethically. That is one sort of or one kind of being financially responsible. And also when it comes to paying taxes and all, also you have to be very responsible, very genuine to the government. You have to make all those things nicely. That is also one sort of being financially responsible, right? So this is the brief understanding about the sustainable practices, right? Yeah, dividends to the shareholders actually. Right. Then we are going to pay our attention towards to this supply chain uncertainty, right? In a supply chain, it is uncertain if the demand will be facilitated all the time by supplying the required quantities on time at the right place. That means when it comes to a supply chain now during the corona period, we experience this well, or if we have some unexpected weather conditions, uh, in we have experience, even though we go to the stores, we can't purchase items, they are out of stock, right? So that is some sort of supply chain uncertainty, because actually supply chains are subjected to uncertainty and risk. We can't 100% guarantee supply chains would be smoothly running, or products would be 24/7 in stores shelves. There might be some uncertain situations as well, because when it comes to supply chains, those are complex, right? Goods might be produced in Sri Lanka, supplies might be in China and India. So it takes so long for them to send raw material to Sri Lanka, and there might be certain issues with when it comes to cross boundaries. There might be wars or some extreme weather conditions are not, so due to that there might be delays. And on the other hand side, when it comes to selling goods to the customers, again customers might be there in the USA, Australia and all, there might be that sort of issues as well, right? So yes, we have to keep that in our mind. Yes, supply chains are very uncertain, but we have to manage that somehow, right? So, and here it says, now I have explained so some of them. So, why these supply chains become uncertain? Because inaccurate demand forecasting. Demand forecasting, it might be like annual demand for your product might be 100,000, but your retailers, they have forecasted that inaccurately, and resultantly you produce the goods as per your retailers and you distribute them to the market, right? But in the market there are uh, there is a stock out of your product, so that might be due to an inaccurate demand forecasting. And also long variable lead times for orders, right? It might be like, even though goods are required in 5 days to produce that, it will take 10 days. So at that sort of a situation also, products might be out of stock in the market. Late deliveries might be there, because as I told you, from the supplier side, if we are going to import certain raw materials, there might be cross boundary issues, so due to that it might happen, and incomplete shipments as well. So that means like we ordered 100 pieces but they have sent less amount, so that might also be another reason. So likewise, there might be so many reasons. So anyway, we have to manage, right? So to manage, now what is the uncertainty? That simply the uncertainties for we cannot fulfill the demand all of a sudden, right? So at that sort of a situation, we have to keep a safety margin or a safety stock. That is the best solution, right? So to manage these uncertainties, we have to keep inventory in the supply chain. But it doesn't say that we should keep extra inventory or that means unnecessary amount of inventory of the products within the supply chain. That is also an issue, but we have to carefully investigate the supply chain disruptions, and based on the past experience and future forecasting, we can keep a fair amount of goods to manage possible uncertainties. So that is the simple idea, right? Then now, although we have to keep some fair amount of goods within the supply chain, in the supply chain, the theoretical aspects, they say some unnecessary or excess inventory is kept. It is actually costly. Some goods might be expired, right? When it comes to clothes and all, fashion is not going to be there. One fashion is not going to be there in the market forever. When there are new fashions, the old one would be out. So if you have produced excess amount of that particular fashion, you won't be able to sell it, right? So therefore, you have to be very careful when it comes to maintaining inventory, right? So inventory is, yes, it's wanted, but you have to maintain it carefully, right? So in supply chain management, with respect to inventory, there is a term called the bullwhip effect, right? So bullwhip effect means demand variations begin at the customer end of the chain and become increasingly large as they radiate backward through the chain, right? That means from the customer side, we forecast the demand. I'll explain that, right? Now, this is the end customer, right? So this is the end customer. From the end customer side, uh, it might be based on the past experience and all. We can forecast, okay, this time the demand would be 100 units, right? And based on the past experience, this retailer, since there was a stock out situation, he or that particular organization, they are going to keep 10% safety stock. That means actual demand might be 1,000, they are going to keep 100 excess, right? That means this retailer is going to place the order with the wholesaler as 1,100. Now, wholesaler, uh, he might also be thinking, okay, there might be some stock out situation, so I should also keep a safety margin or a safety stock. So he's also going to keep 10% safety stock. So that would be altogether, from his perspective, it would be, although the retailer ordered 1,100, he wants to keep extra 110 units. So altogether, he's going to order 1,210 units to the manufacturer. Manufacturer also thinks the same. There was a stock out situation, I should keep a margin or a safety stock. So he produces this amount. Based on that, he orders with the supplier the amount. So supplier thinks, okay, there might be a stock out situation, I should provide or produce more or keep extra amount with me, right? Now here, this is the bullwhip effect, right? Although the actual demand is 1,000, within the supply chain, there are unnecessary inventories, right? So although the demand is 1,000, yes, of course, there should be a safety stock. It's cool, or it's so good if everyone is going to keep 100 units extra by communicating among themselves. But without communicating, they think there might be a stock out situation, and each and every person, based on the order that they get, they keep 10% as safety stock. So that can be caused to have uh, a demand variability among the partners or parties in the supply chain, right? So this is like a bullwhip. It's like uh, have you seen the bullwhip? This is why it is called the bullwhip effect. I think we use bull. We use whip to hit a bull, so it will create something like that. Let me show you. I think so. I'm not so sure. So this is the whip. Like we might be using that to hit a bull. So it might be when you freely use that in the air, it might create something like that, or this sort of an effect. So based on that, they have come up with this bullwhip effect, right? So that is why we call it like when we are moving from customer to supplier, they have more and more excess units. So that is not so good when it comes to a supply chain. That is the basic idea. Was it clear or not clear? Not clear?
Yeah, madam.
Right. Then, so as I told you, if they want to avoid this bullwhip effect, they have to collaboratively work, communicate properly, right? So something like that should be done, right? So as a solution to this bullwhip effect, again, this was introduced by Walmart. They came up with this vendor managed inventory system. So when it comes to vendor managed inventory, what happens is vendors monitor goods and replenish them in retailers' shelves. Now you might have seen that maybe even in Cargills or Kills, I have seen, like, for example, I'm not so sure. When it comes to certain tea brands, you might have seen not that particular retail shop's staff, but that particular brand staff, they come and refill the shelves. So that is the idea behind this vendor managed inventory. That means when the in the system there might be a system or a software. In that system there might be a certain stock level where the manufacturer or the distributor should come and refill, right? So once that level is reached, the distributor or the manufacturer comes to the retail shop and refill. So based on that, the entire supply chain would be planned, right? So they might be observing, okay, how long will it take for one shelf to reach to this replenish level. So based on that, it might, if it takes 1 month, so based on that, each and every outlet they might be calculating and planning the orders. So that is how this vendor managed inventory works, right? So that is actually one solution for this bullwhip effect. Okay, so was it clear?
Yes, madam.
Uh, I don't know. I'm trying to show you one of the videos for this vendor managed inventory. We'll see how it goes.
Madam, madam,
Can't
there's no sound in the video.
Sound.
that happened one day as well, right? Hmm, let me check. I'll check it and let you know. You can't hear this, no? This happened to us one of the previous days as well, right? And then I'll send you the links. Then you can have a look at them when you're free, right? So that's what I have to do, but I'll try to sort that if possible. When it comes to other lectures, do they play videos through this? What is this?
Yes, madam.
You can hear the sound, right?
Yes.
Then there should be a. I'll look into that and let you know. Okay, let's go for a break. Then During the break, I'll try to solve this and come back to you.
Okay, madam.
I don't think I could sort that.
And watch it take shape. You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction.
Vendor Managed Inventory, VMI, is a supply chain management strategy where the supplier takes responsibility for managing and replenishing inventory based on the customer's inventory levels and demand forecasts. As an industrial engineer, you would appreciate that VMI aims to optimize the entire supply chain's efficiency and reduce waste, aligning closely with lean manufacturing principles. In a VMI partnership, the vendor monitors the buyer's inventory levels, often through electronic data interchange, EDI, or other real-time data.
Could you please tell me now you can hear?
Yes, madam. Now okay. There's sound.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll search for the other videos and share those things with you. Okay, I'll replay this.
Vendor Managed Inventory, VMI, is a supply chain management strategy where the supplier takes responsibility for managing and replenishing inventory based on the customer's inventory levels and demand forecasts. As an industrial engineer, you would appreciate that VMI aims to optimize the entire supply chain's efficiency and reduce waste, aligning closely with lean manufacturing principles. In a VMI partnership, the vendor monitors the buyer's inventory levels, often through electronic data interchange, EDI, or other real-time data sharing methods. The supplier makes decisions on when to replenish stock and how much to send, within agreed-upon parameters. This proactive approach can lead to several benefits. 1. Reduced inventory levels. By closely monitoring usage and demand patterns, suppliers can reduce the amount of inventory on hand at the customer's site, thus minimizing carrying costs and the risk of overstocking or stockouts. 2. Improved service levels. VMI can lead to more accurate inventory levels, ensuring that the right products are available when needed, which enhances service quality to the end customer. 3. Enhanced collaboration. VMI fosters a closer relationship between the supplier and the customer, as both parties work together to optimize inventory management, leading to better communication and joint planning. 4. Streamlined operations. Suppliers can better plan their production and distribution, leading to more efficient operations and potentially lower costs due to economies of scale. 5. Focus on core competencies. With suppliers managing inventory, customers can focus more on their core business activities, such as production and sales, rather than on inventory management. For industrial engineers, VMI offers an opportunity to apply systems thinking to the supply chain. It requires a deep understanding of the production process, demand forecasting, and the flow of materials. Thank you for watching this video, and don't forget to watch my other videos on inventory management.
Don't we want to see all the craziness? Someone put a hit out on my life.
But he's mad at me.
I'm about to lose my... It's good TV.
Okay. So I'll show you another one that is no, not this one. This is a blockchain. This is also a technology that we can ensure the sustainability and mostly sustainable supply chain management, or what happened throughout the supply chain maybe to the customer. So I'm sharing this as well.
If you think about the food system, it's pretty complex. It involves farmers, processors, distributors. And the way traceability is done today, each segment of the food system does it their own way. Most actually do it on paper or on systems that don't speak to each other. And so you can never have a full view of what's happening in the food system. What we hope to do with blockchain is bring all food safety system stakeholders and collaborate so that we do it one best way. We can do it very quickly and efficiently. Blockchain is a digital ledger that allows different segments of the food system to capture information about the product, what they've done to it, where that product has been. If we're linking that data with other data points, the Internet of Things, all that information will yield to insights that will allow us to have a safer, more affordable, and sustainable food system. But we don't believe traceability is the goal. We believe that transparency is the ultimate goal. Blockchain will give us the ability to not only track where food came from, but how it was produced. Was it produced safely? Was it produced responsibly? Is it sustainably grown? How many dates of shelf life are left on that product? The food system is a shared responsibility. And for blockchain and traceability and transparency to work, we need a lot of people working together.
Okay. I hope that is clear. So, did you start job design with Dr. Ginige? That chapter? What are the chapters that you covered with Dr. Ginige? Forecasting?
Inventory management.
That's it, right?
Forecasting, process, and inventory management.
All right, then. It's okay to do this job designing then. You can see, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Are the slides moving?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Right. So now I'm sorry, this chapter number shouldn't be here. Sorry about that. So when it comes to business organizations, so once we have the layout, when we are going to produce products, we need to have workers, right? So there, when it comes to hiring workers, we have to think, okay, or we assign job titles to certain workers. So that assignment might be sometimes related with the activities that they have to perform within a certain job. So what sort of activities that they have to do, that might be coming under job design, and also sometimes to measure their efficiency and to at a greater level to plan the productivity or how many pieces that one worker can produce per day, and everything might be decided based on this job design and work measurement, right? So we are going to talk about that today. We are going to talk about the definition of this job design and elements, method analysis or work methods, motion study, work measurement, and learning curve. So, when it comes to this job design, it means like I'll just refer to these things. If a job is not designed properly and it is not a good fit for the employees, then it will not be performed well, right? So job means a set of activities that comes under the worker's responsibility. Now, for example, uh, I'm not a nurse. I don't have that experience. I don't have that qualification. I'm from a different background. But if you ask me to do nurse related activity, can I do? No. So likewise, when it comes to designing a job, you have to set different activities that comes under this particular job, and also you have to worry about the capabilities of that particular person, maybe the qualification and all, or at least you have to give a training and all. You have to think about that. So that is the basic idea. And when it comes to designing the job, it involves specifying the content, that means the activities, and how you perform that particular job, right? If it's going to be a technician, so what sort of activities that particular technician has to do, so you have to define them. If it's going to be a lecturer, or if it's going to be simply an air hostess, what are the activities that particular person has to do. So you have to look into those activities. Based on that, you hire. Even you look into the personality, the height, and how to greet and treat the passengers. So you have to worry about all those things, because within that job, the personality, how you talk, the way of communicating, everything matters. So you have to design the job accordingly, right? So why do we do, why it is important to design jobs like this? Because as I told you, we can measure the productivity of the employees. if the employees are highly productive, that means within a given time period, if they can produce many pieces, they are very productive. Or if it's going to be a service organization, if a certain employee can treat several clients within a given time period, that is a very good thing for the company, because they can treat or serve more and more clients within a given day, right? And also we have to ensure the health and safety of the employees. Now, for example, when it comes to an air hostess, there might be certain health and safety concerns, and if it's going to be a technician, there might be certain health and safety concerns that we have to pay attention, and based on that, there might be some safety equipment that might be provided for that particular person to perform that particular task. So that sort of things are there. And also it's important to ensure the quality of the work life. That means if you have designed a job, now imagine you are a worker at your workplace. As a worker, if you're asked to do each and every task, you might be actually fed up. Sometimes you might be irritated. So that means your quality of work life might be deviated, or you might be very dissatisfied with your job. So therefore, there should be a certain scope when it comes to performing your job, right? So to ensure that, also it's important to design jobs. So this begins more from the HR perspective or the human resources perspective, but it matters when it comes to this operations management or productivity. Is it clear?
Yes, madam.
So when it comes to a job design, now we are going to focus on the elements, right? The elements of job design fall into three different categories. These categories address the questions of how the job is performed, who does it, and where it is done, right? So when it comes to, again, the job design, now air hostess, yes, we select, okay, what type of a person is suitable for this particular job, what sort of characteristics are we looking in that particular candidate, right? Sometimes height matters a lot, the language speak matters a lot, languages, and that sort of things are important when it comes to that particular job, right? And that is the who part, or the work analysis. And task means what sort of tasks they have to do when it comes to air hostess. Yes, greeting passengers and on board health and safety concerns. For that, for them, they have to attend. That sort of knowledge should be there, they should be trained and all. So that sort of how, or the what sort of tasks they have to do, you have to design those things, right? And also when it comes to the environmental analysis, that means where do you perform your job, accordingly you should be facilitated. If it's an air hostess, it's the aeroplane, so what sort of facility should be there? If it's going to be a technician, he might be working at a higher places. So what sort of a place is that? So accordingly you have to sometimes facilitate that particular person. And yeah, those are the basic things. So if we go into details, when it comes to task analysis, that is how an analysis of tasks include the job and how tasks fit together to perform a job. So here you are given an example. A job of a nurse have the task of preparing the ward, observing the patients and the record data. So that is the task That means when it comes to designing the job, you have to consider those things. Then the work analysis, employee requirement, the characteristics the worker must possess to meet the job requirements, the responsibilities the worker will have in the job, and how the worker will be rewarded. That is also important. So how are we going to pay the worker? So we have to consider that as well. Is it hourly basis or monthly basis? Is it going to be a fixed term salary or performance based one? You have to consider that as well. Then the example is for the job of a lawyer. The characteristics would be a good personality, high IQ, good communication skills, and rewards based on the performance, right? Then the environmental analysis, that is the environment in which the job takes place, the physical location of the job in production or service facility, and the environment condition that must exist. Time of the day, duration, location, condition of the location, right? So those are the things that you have to pay attention. Now, for example, when it comes to air hostess, that is very different from other jobs. They might not have usual holidays, or if you're working for a based in Sri Lanka, if you're working for another country, you are not given Sri Lankan holidays. Your schedule is so totally different from someone else. So you have to consider those things when it comes to designing your job, as well as when you are hiring certain workers. So this is again the same thing. So here environmental analysis, there again, if it's going to be a room, you have to ensure that everything is facilitated, as I told you earlier. Even if it's going to be a white collar job, this is not that related to our operations management, but even if it's going to be a manager might be sitting on a chair and using a laptop. Even for that particular person, we have to worry about that person's health and well-being. So we have to provide proper chairs, and we have to ask him to use the laptop using the correct postures. Otherwise there would be some long-term impacting issues with that particular person's health and well-being. So we have to worry about all those things, right? So that is how the importance of job design matters. So again, here we go with this ergonomics. So ergonomics is the fitting the task to the person in a work environment. So objective is to make the best use of employees' capabilities while maintaining the employees' health and well-being, right? So the job should never limit the employee or compromise an employee's capabilities or physical or mental health because of poor job design, right? So for example, if you are going to start up a garment manufacture, no, when it comes to your job, we'll say as doctors or nurses, you deal with so many patients. So as the hospital, the hospital should provide you some mask or gloves, because you are dealing with several patients. There might be germs and all, so your health and safety matters. And at the same time, there might be another concern, it might be spread to someone else as well. So all those things should be considered. So this is important to pay attention to ergonomics, because good ergonomics shortens learning times, right? That means if you are provided with each and every facility for the worker within a shorter time period, that person can learn whatever the task that person has to do, right? For example, if it's going to be a garment manufacturing company, and if you have hired a person to your cutting department, and if that person is given the cutting machine and the safety gloves and masks and all, that person is so sure about he's very secure in this particular place, and he's comfortable when it comes to performing that particular job. So within those things might be impacting to the mentality of that particular person, and it might impact that particular person to learn whatever the tasks that he has to do within this particular job within a shorter period of time. And it makes the job easier with less fatigue, improves equipment maintenance. Yeah. If you are given the proper equipment and if you are advised how to use those equipment properly, the maintenance of equipment is also very easy. Otherwise, equipment might also be damaged within a shorter or discarded within a shorter period of time. So that those things might be happen. And then reduces absenteeism, labor turnover, job stress, and injury, meet legislative requirements for health and safety. So considering all these things, ergonomics or ensuring health and well-being of employees matters a lot, right? So this is for a white collar job, right? Proper seating arrangement, proper monitor placement, all those things matters a lot. Likewise, when it comes to any job, there might be certain health and safety requirements with the arrangement of required equipments. Those things matters when it comes to performing the job as well. Right. Was it clear or not clear? Was it clear?
Clear, madam.
So then now when it comes to performing lots of jobs, human effort is less, even when it comes to manufacturing organizations. Lots of machines are used, and most of the machines are programmed. So with that, yes, human involvement that might be unavoidable, but with this technology and automation, that has an impact when it comes to designing the jobs, right? So in manufacturing and service organizations, workers interface with computers and machines. New technologies have increased the education requirements and the need for employee training, right? So this is again with respect to training on Microsoft Office, ERP, machine operating. Those things might be again with respect to white collar jobs. Not only that, even for the operators or the I would say I don't get the exact term for them. Machine operators, I would say, even for them, if they are used to use a machine, or if they are to observe a certain machine which is programmed, and that particular person should have some sort of knowledge regarding that. So what is happening there, what am I to do if something is wrong with this? So that sort of knowledge is important. So with technology and automation, yes, job tasks are very easy nowadays, but they should have proper knowledge. Otherwise, it's difficult for them to perform their jobs. So they have to learn all those new things. And now I'm focusing on different methods of designing the jobs. So there are two methods. First one is method analysis. The other one is work measurement. So the method analysis, it studies the methods used in the work included in the job to see how it should be done, right? That means like if it's going to be a sewing girl, right, sewing a garment, how that should be done, what are the steps. To determine that, we can conduct method analysis or methods analysis, right? Then the other one is work measurement. That is, it determines how long it should take to do a job. It is like to sew a garment. This happens, still this happens when it comes to especially the garment manufacturing companies. So they observe some workers randomly and they measure how long will it take a particular person to finish this particular garment or this particular part of the garment. They observe that person and they measure time. So that is the idea behind this work measurement, because this work measurement is the most important thing. I think this when it comes to companies, they or the industrial engineers, they do this component or this part. So they actually observe the time taken to produce a certain part or item, and based on that they advise, or they might be passing that particular piece of information to the planner or the operations department. Accordingly, they arrange or they plan the demand, and they plan how many pieces that we should produce per day or something like that. So planning and this work measurement, those two are actually linked or highly important. So when it comes to this work method analysis or work methods, I'll just read this. An existing job-based study to determine if the work is being done in the most efficient manner possible, if all present tasks are necessary, or if new tasks should be added. Now, if you can remember, I told you that when it comes to method analysis, we check what is the first step, second, third, fourth, like that. We observe the steps. So when we are observing, there might be some unnecessary movements, unwanted tasks, so we can remove them. And at the same time, we might see sometimes it might be maybe based on the product, or if you want to further enhance the productivity of the worker, sometimes you might introduce new activities. So for all those things, this work method analysis, it matters a lot, right? So seeing how the job fits with other jobs, how well a job is integrated into overall production process or a sequence of jobs. That means like now if it's going to be a garment manufacturing company, right? It might be, it depends. Okay, so the worker one, that person might be sewing the hand of a particular garment. The next one might be attaching those two hands to that particular body part of the garment. So these two people, they have to do two different tasks. So the observer might be observing and listing the task those two people have to do separately. And if there is a time gap, right? For example, this person who is sewing the hands, that person might be finishing the task within maybe 1 minute, but to attach those hands to the body part, it might take 2 minutes. So there might be a bottleneck, or there might be a disturbance for the sequence of the flow. So we have to manage those things when it comes to that. Sometimes they might think, okay, to sew hands, we we will be assigning only one person, but to attach the hands to the body part or the shoulders to the body part, we are going to assign two people. So likewise, will be arranging or they will be making arrangements to ensure the smooth flow of the production, right? Is it clear? Clear or not clear?
Yes, madam. Clear.
Are you sure this is the first class that I met, that everything that I'm explaining can be understood within the very first time? Are you sure that you can understand everything?
Yes, madam.
Okay. So that's why I have to come up with new lessons for this particular class, because when it comes to my previous class, I ended up with layout planning, but I have to introduce two new lessons. That's so good of you. By the way, how's your assignment? Have you started the assignment? Not yet? Not yet, right?
Not yet, madam.
Okay,
When is the
madam.
deadline? When is the deadline? Actually, end of the semester, right?
Okay, madam.
Yeah, so try to start it. I don't know when is the semester end date. Try to start it, because since you are doing that individually, sometimes it might take time. But if you have any questions, you can reach to me via an email. Right. So back to the lesson. Have you got any idea regarding the exam dates? Not yet. Okay. Right. So although I explained about this work method analysis, we'll further pay our attention to when this is applicable. So the development and the installation of a new machinery or equipment or new product or a product changes. Yeah, this happens. Now, I don't know, I have the experience with garment manufacturing industry. So when there is a new design, new garment to be produced, they check it. It is the industrial engineering department. They at the development stage or the development department, there is a particular person who is into this, and that particular person, yes, observe what sort of activities with respect to this particular design uh, are there, and those activities might be again divided among certain operators when it comes to a machine learning, right? So that is possible. And also, when there is a new machine which might be different from the old machines, the activities that operators they have to perform might be very different. So those things will be introduced. And not only that, when it comes to a new design, sometimes the method of using the machine might also be changed. At that sort of a situation also, this method analysis is important, right? Then changes in quality standards can or require that a job be analyzed for redesign, right? Yeah, that is also possible. Sometimes if you want to enhance the quality of a product, uh, we might want to observe how this particular product is produced. Is there something that we can change in the sequence? So at that sort of a situation also this is possible. And also if we want to change the existing job, again we might be observing and changing certain aspects in that particular job. So those things are actually important. There again we might be observing some unnecessary task or non-value adding things, and we might be changing the job, right? So those are the things that we can do. Sometimes, for example, I don't know whether this is a very good example, but we'll see now. There might be a machine operator. That person might be picking a cut panels by bending to the ground and start sewing. So this bending time, it might be a waste of time, or it might be having some health issues for this particular person. So by observing that, they might be changing the arrangement. They might keep these cut panels parallel to the worker, something like that might be possible. Was it clear? Was it clear?
Yes, madam.
Right. Then there are several work method analysis tools. We'll roughly have a look at those tools. So the primary one is charts that illustrate in different ways how a job or a work process is done. So the charts can be the process flow chart. We talked about process flow charts and not layout, but the previous chapter. Then the worker machine chart, that is like now the process flow chart, it might be the process of doing a certain task, but when it comes to worker machine, how worker interacts with the machine or something like that. Then the gang process chart, that is like there might be more than one worker and there might or might not be a machine, how all those people interact and come to this end process. So those are the three charts that we can use. So why do we use these charts when it comes to analyze these work methods? So because it says these allows these allow supervisors, managers, and workers to see how a job is completed. So they can have an idea what is the first step and the second step and the final step, like that. Then they have a proper idea, okay, these are the related steps, because that is documented, right? So they might be first observing and maybe later documenting that. And so anyway, it gives a complete understanding for them or the managerial level employees to make certain decisions with respect to these job designs. Then get their input and feedback on the design and redesign process. Yeah, that's what I said. So this is a process flow chart, a chart of the step of a job. So here it says the job is copying job, right? So the process when it comes to copying, the process description is provided here. So desk operator fills out work order. So that is, now when it comes to process flowcharts, we know we have certain symbols, right? So this circle is it is an activity. Arrow is the flow. This might be, I would say this is job picked up by operator and rate. Maybe an observation or something like that. Likewise, based on your whatever the job, you have to mention the process description and find the right symbol for the process flow chart, right? So here the first one is desk operator fills out work order. The second one is work order placed in the waiting job box, right? So this is for waiting, right? Then job picked up by operator and read. Okay, so this is I don't know exactly what this is, so this cannot be a start as well.
Madam, excuse me, that symbol indicates another meaning. Square.
Yeah, but in this case, it is not clear because I thought if this is the start, if the circle, if it's going to be start or end, we can consider that as an activity, the square, but it seems not like that. Job pickup by the operator. Let's keep that for a while aside, right? Then the next one is job carried to appropriate copy machine. That is, this shows the movement of a job, right? Job carried to appropriate copy machine. That is like movement. Then the operator waits for the machine to vacate. That is again waiting. Operator loads the paper. Operator sets machine. Then operator performs and complete job. This is for inspection or observing, like checking. This shows for checking or observing, something like that. Clear?
Yes, madam.
Then job filled alphabetically in completed work shelves, right? Then job waits for pickup. So likewise, you can observe and arrange your job task as shown in this process flow chart. Then the next one is worker machine chart. It determines if work and machine time are used efficiently. Sorry, right? So here we have the operator and the photo machine, right? So photo ID cards, that is the job. It might be photo ID cards, preparation job. So the operator key in customer data on card, right? That means operator might be typing whatever the data in the card. It takes this 2.6. Then during that time, machine is idle. Then feed the card data in. So those data might be feed into the maybe the system, typing and feeding. So it takes few seconds. Then the machine at the same time it accepts. Then positioning customer for photo, it takes 1 minute. During that time machine is idle. Then take the picture. Then begin the photo process. So photo taking and the machine, that might be linked. That's why begin the photo process. Then the photo card process, during that time operator is idle and inspection is done during that time. Machine is idle. So it shows how a work and the machine is interacted, right? Then so work time is counted as 5.8, idle time is 3.4 for the operator. Here machine time is also calculated like that, right? So here there is a balance of operator and the machine time. That means with the idle, yes, it happens. So there is another one that is also similar to that. Here they have shown like customer, the clerk, as well as the coffee grinder. In the previous one, we didn't show the customer. The same thing, right? Then gang process chart. A Gantt chart is constructed the same way as the worker machine chart, except there are columns for each of the different operators. right? A Gantt chart is constructed the same way as the work machine chart, except there are columns for each of the different operators, right? So show how a team of workers interact with an equipment or a machine. That's what I told you earlier. So workers at a coal furnace in a steel mill or a military gunnery team on a battleship, right? That should be gunnery. So the purpose is to determine if the interaction between the worker is efficient and coordinated, right? Unfortunately, there is no Gantt chart, but we can assume like here we have operator 1 and operator 2. Operator 1 might be the person who does this key in customer data on card, or else we can consider these as a some sort of a Gantt chart. I'm not saying this is exactly the Gantt chart. Here, customer, this is not so clear. No, we'll go here. Here, there might be operator 1. He does this key in customer data on card, feed data card in, right? Then there might be another person who is doing this photo taking and all. There will be another person. So during that time, for this particular time, operator 1 would be idle. For this time, I mean, when the operator 1 is performing key customer data on card, feed data card in, operator 2 will be idle. So likewise, you can have how different operators operate with a machine, and who will be idle, who will be active. So likewise, you have to observe and do that. So the most important thing, if you can identify, okay, now previously imagine there were two operators here to perform this key in customer data and feed data, as well as to inspect the card. There was another person to take the photo and all. There was another person. So there were two operators. So we don't know, this might be as a result of that Gantt process chart. They might have observed, okay, uh, there are two people. When the person one is active, the other person is idle. So we can combine the task of all these tasks to one person, and we can assign one person to do this job. The person who is doing that job, that person should be good in data as well as photo taking and all. So that sort of things might have happened. Was it clear? Was it clear or not clear?
Madam, can you explain again with example?
Gantt process chart.
Yeah, Gantt process only.
Can you see this Excel?
Yes, madam.
Right. Now imagine there are two operators, right? Operator 1, he does this taking customer data. I would write it like that. That person does it, right? I'm not recording the time. Then he feeds data to the card. So during this time, person 2 might be idle. Here machine is also idle. Here machine is engaging in some task, right? Then when it comes to operator 2, 2 is assigned to take the photo, right? Positioning the customer. That is his task. During that time, this is idle. Even the machine is idle. Okay. Then this one is responsible for the photo. He takes the photo as well. During that time, this person is idle. Then machine is doing some task. During that time, both of them are idle. That is like photo card processing. Both of them are idle, right? Then inspection, that might be done by this operator 1. During that time, both the machine and the operator 2 are idle. So this might be a Gantt chart. Clear?
Yes, madam.
So by observing this, sometimes I'm just saying, they might have thought, okay, operator 1 is idle when the operator 2 is active. So what if we ask operator 2 to take photo and position the customer and all? Then we can remove one worker from our organization, and it is a cost saving maybe for them as well. So they might have done that sometimes. New job designing. Clear?
Yes, madam.
Okay, now we are going to focus on the motion study. So the motion study means the systematic study of human motions used to perform an operation, task of a job, right? So again here what we are doing is we observe the movement and everything which is done by the worker, and we are going to time that. That is the simple idea, right? Those systematic study of human motions used to perform an operation or a task of a job, right? So here we might be removing unnecessary motions. As I told you earlier, bending and collecting the cut panel to show, yes, that bending might be an unnecessary motion. So we can remove that when it comes to this motion study. Then identifying the best sequence of motions for maximum efficiency, improve the productivity of the job. So unnecessary movement, if we remove unnecessary movement, postures and all, we can improve the productivity as well as best sequence of the motions. So there are techniques to develop the efficient motion study procedures, motion study principles, analysis of the links, micromotion study, and the charts, right? So, so the motion study principles, that means like we have to worry about the human body, arrangement of the workplace, and the use of equipment. So with all those things, we are doing this motion study, how a person is interacting with the equipment and how for the workplace facilitate that person, as well as how the person move. It might be hand or arm, that sort of things, right? So here, efficient use of human body tasks should be simple, requiring minimal eye contact, minimal muscular effort, and no unnecessary motion delays or idleness. So that sort of things, right? Efficient work arrangement, seating and general work environment should be comfortable and healthy. Efficient use of equipment and machinized tools enhance work abilities. So if we use machines, yes, within a shorter period of time they can work. Sometimes cut panels collecting once, so even that can be automated. Sometimes when one piece is sewn and finished, the next cut panel might be automatically appearing in front of the machine or something like that can help. I just assumed and said so that sort of things might be helping. So the thrumblings, that means the basic elemental motions that makes up a job. Basic, so tiny motions. So it's like some, here you are given some thrumblings. Those are the search, select, grasp, hold, transport, load, and release load. So search means implies hunting for an item with the hands or an eye. So it's like picking a cut panel or something like that. Select means to choose from a group of objects, right? So we have to select. So a person might be asked to when it comes to quality checking, a person might be selecting out of several cut panels. That person might be randomly selecting items and observing, right? Grasp means to take hold of an object. So once the quality checker is assigned to check, randomly select an item and hold it in the hand and observe. Uh, right? And then hold refers to retention of an object after it has been grasped. Grasp means take hold. It's like touching or something like that. All these things are somewhat similar. Then wholly means retaining that for so long. Then transport load means movement of an object after hold. So once you have checked it, you keep that on another table. So release load means deposit the object. So every tiny thing can be named, right? So that is the idea. So micro motion study use motion picture and slow motion to study motions that otherwise would be too rapid to analyze. So this can be yeah, here thrumblings are like elemental motions. Then micro motions studies, they use the motion picture and slow motion to study motions that otherwise would be too rapid to analyze. That means like we don't know tiny thing that the worker has to do, like observing, maybe winking. We don't know, like, so we have to observe even that. Sometimes those things might be very important when it comes to a certain job, right? So for motion study, charts can be used. So the one chart is process flow chart and the other one is worker machine chart. We have already discussed them. There also we observe motions, right, apart from the work analysis. Then Zemo chart, that is like simultaneous or simultaneous motion cycle chart, shows the simultaneous movement of the hands. Right here, how a worker's two hands are operated. There, we are trying to observe motions, right? So here, assembly of washer and nut to a bolt. That is the study. So left hand is there, right hand is there. So left hand, how the left hand is moved to the bolt. Left hand is moved to the bolt tray. Right hand is moved to the washer tray. That's why they show this symbol arrow. Then pick up one bolt from the left hand. That is why this activity is activated. Pick up one washer from the other hand. That is why this is under this activity. Likewise, they have listed. So here we are observing two hands or the parallel motions actually. Right. Then we are going to focus on the work measurement. Work measurement is determining how long it will take to perform a job. So there are certain techniques that we can use. We can observe a work and switch on the stopwatch, and we can do that time study. Then we can, if we have historical records of performing a task, we can look into those historical records and come up with certain work measurement or how long will it take to do this particular task. And based on the predetermined data, we can do that. And also we can engage with work sampling as well, right? So I'll be talking about this predetermined time and work sampling later. So let's talk about historical time. You can understand maybe based on this top time, if they have historical records, they can use them again. So stopwatch time study, it is the development of a standard based on observation of one worker taken over a number of cycles or trials, right? So that means if it's going to be a machine operator, we might be observing the same person maybe for 10 times. We record how long will it take for this particular person to do this task. So we might be recording that for 10 times, right? So based on that, we might be assuming, okay, for a worker to do this task, it will take this long, something like that, right? That is then applied to the work of all others in the organization who perform the same task. The basic steps in a time study are following. Define the task to be studied and inform the worker who will be studied, right? So now if we have a plan to observe, okay, we want to have an average time, how long will it take to sew a collar of a machine, collar of a garment, right? So we might be informing the person who is one of the persons who is engaged in that particular task. Okay, we want to observe that. So from this time to this time, we will be observing you. So we are informing that particular person about that. Then determine the number of cycles to observe, right? So we determine, okay, during this particular time period from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m., we will be observing this person for 10 times, right? So we have to determine. Then time the job and rate the worker performance. We time it throughout the 10 circles. We time how long took this particular person to do this task. Cycle 1, cycle 2, cycle 3, likewise we record it. Then we compute the standard time. Don't worry, we will be doing that calculations, right? So here, observed time, simply the average of the recorded times, right? So when it comes to computing the standard time, now I told you these are the steps. We define the task and we select the person, we inform that person, we decide the cycles or the number of times that we are going to observe. Then we record the time, and we have to, based on that, we have to calculate the standard time, right? So when it comes to observed time, if we have like 10 cycles, for all those 10 times, number 1, 2, 3, 4, likewise we record and we average that. So that is the observed time, right? Then we have to take the actual time as well, Actual time is, there's a formula for that. Actual time, that is a total time work divided by the number of units made. Now this is the observed. Observed time is actually different from the actual time. Observed time is the time that you were observing that particular person was doing the task. But when it comes to the actual time, without your observation, uh, during a within a given time period, how long for that particular person took to perform this particular task. So that would be the actual time, right? So that is how we calculate it. Actual time, that is equal to total time work divided by the number of units made. So total time divided by the number of units, that gives you time taken to produce 1 unit. Simple mathematics, right? Then we need to calculate the normal time. Normal time means, this is interesting. Now, when it comes to observed time, right? Now, you might have noticed the observing employee is informed, okay, you are being observed from this particular time to this particular time. So you are being informed. So sometimes, since you notice, okay, I'm being observed, so you might be hesitated or you might be motivated. We don't know, it is very subjective from one person to another. If you are very motivated, you might be performing, I mean, you might be performing very well, or above your average level you might be performing. But if you're like stressed, or if you are hesitated, you might be less performing, right? So throughout the observed time, sometimes your actual performance might not be witnessed. It might be biased due to stress or overperforming, right? So we have to adjust this observed time. This is known as the observed time, to get the normal time, right? So the observed or the actual time was adjusted for a worker performance. It is computed by multiplying the observed time by the performance rate. So at that sort of a period, or during the observation, we might be calculating the performance rate as well. So we are going to adjust that, right? So the observer assign a performance rating to adjust the observed time to an average pace, right? A normal rating is 1, or it might be 100%. A performance rating of 0.9 indicates a pace that 90% of normal, whereas rating of 1.05 indicates a pace that is slightly faster than normal, right? That means if we have normal time, like a person took 5 minutes to perform this task. Let me use an Excel. Can you see the Excel or not?
Not yet, madam.
Okay, normal time is equal to observed time multiplied by the performance rate, right? So let's assume the observed time is 5 minutes, right? So during that time, this person was very anxious. So if it's going to be a proper worker, who is not either anxious or motivated. An average worker, that worker's performance rate would be 1%, 1 or it might be 100%. Let's assume 1. So during this time, this worker performed less. It was 0.9. Now, by doing this time study, we are going to find a standardized time and apply that to each and every worker. Therefore, if we are going to rely on this 5 minutes, it is biased because this worker less performed, right? Therefore, we have to adjust that. So what we have to do is, we have to multiply this observed time by this, right? So that is 4.5. So if that was an average worker, it would be 4.5. Then there might be another situation where a worker overperformed, right? So even for that, we have to adjust it. That is 5 minutes multiplied by this rate, 1.5. So that would be 5.25. So that is the simple idea, that you have to find the normal time by multiplying the observed time. Sorry, yeah. To get the normal time, you have to multiply observed time by the performance rate.
Excuse me, madam.
Yes.
How can we calculate the performance rate?
It is actually given. Don't worry about that. But performance rate, it might be like, you might be noticing, it might be maybe referring to the historical data, or it might be like seeing that person is anxious or something like that. We might be calculating that. Okay.
Okay, madam. Okay, madam. But the actual time and observed time is both are different or little bit same.
Actual time and the observed time, those are somewhat different. Actual time is, it's like actually how did you work without any influence or any observations or something like that. Observed time is like you are informed, you are being observed or something like that. Clear?
Madam, the equations are somewhat same, no?
No, observed time we calculate like here. Here you are given the observation time, right? Here you get the average of that, something like that. This is the total. Then you might be dividing that by 9. Then you will be getting this average, something like that. Let me show that. Actual time, it might be, let's say you worked for 60 minutes, right? So during that 60 minutes, you produced 50 pieces. To produce one piece, you have spent 1.2 minutes. That is your actual time. But observed time, you might have been observed for
The observed time is focused on a particular task only.
person, and actual time,
Is that, ma'am?
observed time is, yeah, focused on a particular person. Actual time, it might be either focused on a particular person's performance, or it might be the entire one as well, entire during the given time period. When it comes to this particular product, how many units they made. So it depends actually. So you can focus one person and do that, or entire gang and do that. So when it comes to observed time, you might be doing something like that, and you might be averaging. Clear? Is it clear? This is the number of observation time recorded. So we average that. Then we get, okay, observed, average observed time is this. Clear? Clear or
Yes,
not clear? Actual time, it might be with respect to maybe one person mostly, or if you can, anyway, it's an average now. Sometimes with respect to time, it's ideal, I guess, if you select the same person for that. Then we have to calculate the standard time. Standard time means, you can see the slide, right?
Yes, madam, we can see.
So standard time is work allowance is allocated for personal delays. I mean, here standard time means the normal time multiplied by the allowance factor, right? Normal time means even though we observed or even though we took actual time of a worker, we adjust that with the performance rate, then we get the normal time, right? So once we have the normal time, based on that, we are going to calculate the standard time. So standard time means, people feel fatigue, they want to go to the washroom, they want to have meal and all. So we allocate some time for that, and based on that, we calculate the standard time, right? So, for example, there might be personal delays, work fatigue, getting a drink of water, going to the restroom. Unavoidable delays might be there, machine adjustment or repairs, talking to a supervisor, waiting for material, as well as breaks. Right. So, if you plan or if you think, okay, okay, as the planners, if you think, okay, to produce this thing, it takes 4.5 minutes. Here, I want you to explain one more thing, right? No. Okay, we'll focus on that. So now assume the observed time, sorry, now we came up with the normal time now. So we assume, okay, to produce a certain piece, it takes 4.5 minutes, and based on that we plan, right? If we are given 1 hour, that means 60 minutes, divide that by 4.5, within hour we should be able to produce 13 pieces, right? But when it comes to the actual situation, this is not possible, because during that one hour time, or given that time period, sometimes workers might be going for a break or washroom. Those things are possible. So we have to consider that and adjust that. Otherwise, although we plan, we will not be able to meet the plan. So that is the idea. Sometimes when it comes to this actual or standard time, that might be higher than this 4.5, might be, right? So something like that might happen. Therefore, we are going to adjust that allowance rate with this normal time, then come up with this standard time, right? So when it comes to adjusting this allowance factor or the allowance rate, there are two options, right? Allowances can be based on either job time in favor of the employer or uh, time worked, that is in favor of the employee, right? So this first formula, right, that is in favor of the employer, right? 1 plus allowance rate, allowance percentage based on the job time, right? That means we might be given you like this is used when the different jobs have different allowances. It is like we might be giving, okay, to do this job we are giving you 5 minutes or something like that. Based on that we adjust the allowance. If we are giving 5 minutes, we give another allowance of 10 minutes, sorry, 10%. It might be like 5.1 minute, something like that. Then if allowance are based on the percentage of the time work, that is the work day, the appropriate formula is 1 divided by 1 minus a, where allowance percentage based on the work day. So based on the work day, we are giving an allowance. That means if it is going to be an 8-hour day, from that 8-hour day, we adjust it like, although we have 8 hours, workers will not be working for 8 hours totally. It might be 7 hours because they have breaks and all, right? So this is used when jobs are the same or similar, have the same allowance factors, right? That means when it comes to a garment manufacturing company, if each and every item is similar, we might be going with this second formula. But if we have totally different items, one design it takes 20 minutes to produce, the other one it takes like 5 minutes to produce. So therefore at that sort of a situation we might be giving this allowance based on the job time. That is the simple idea, right? Was it clear?
Yes, madam.
Right. So now we are going to do an example, a time study of an assembly operation. Try to take this to the Excel. A time study of an assembly operation yielded the following observation time for one element of the job, for which the analyst gave a performance rating of 1.13. Right? So here you are given the observed time as in total 10.35, right? So observations on n, that means you have to average that 10 this divided by 9, right? So here the average observation time would be 1.15. They have given here a means the actual time, that is 0.2. Okay, then using the allowance rate of 20% job time, allowance factor 20% job time, right? Job time means in favor of employer. Determine the appropriate standard time. So how to find the standard time? That is the normal time into the allowance factor, right? Now here we are given the observed time. Observed time is 1.15, right? And performance rate also given, therefore we need to calculate the normal time. First, normal time is observed time multiplied by the performance rate. So the normal time would be 1.2995. Then the allowance rate with respect to job time, this is the first term, right? 1 plus the allowance rate, right? Allowance rate 0.2. 20% means 0.2, right? So it is 1.2. Now the standard time, normal time into the allowance factor is 1.5594. Is it clear? Is it clear or not clear? Clear or not clear?
Clear, madam.
Right. Then there is another question. A time study analyst timed as an assembly operation for 30 cycles, and the computed average time per cycle, which was 18.75 minutes. The analyst assigned a performance rating of 0.96, decided that the appropriate allowance was 15%. Assume the allowance factor is based on the work day, that is in favor of the employer. Determine the following: observed time, normal time, and the standard time, right? So a time study analyst timed an assembly of operation for 30 cycles and then computed the average time per cycle, which was 18.75 minutes. So here actually we don't have to calculate the observed time. They have observed that for 30 cycles and they have calculated the average, that is the observed time, right? That is 18.75. Then the normal time we have to calculate. Normal time is the observed time into the performance rate, that is 0.96. So 0.96. Then the allowance factor that is in favor of the employee or the work day, that is 1 divided by 1 minus a. Allowance rate is 15%. Okay, this is it. Then standard time, we have to calculate normal time into this allowance factor, 15.3. Clear?
Yes, madam.
Okay, then now we talked about the stopwatch time. Now we are going to talk about this based on the historical time. How are we going to calculate the standard time? So analyze the job to identify the standard elements. Check the file for elements that have historical time and record times. Use time study to obtain others if necessary. Modify the file times if necessary. Sum the elemental time to obtain the normal time and factor it allowance to obtain standard time. That means now imagine, now we can use this historical time when it comes to introducing a new design, now previously we might have the standard time and historical time for this design. Now we come up with a slight change of the same one with the color, right? So you can refer to this existing information and calculate it, maybe the other aspects, but you can add this color sewing time for several cycles and average that along with the previously available data and come up with the standard time. So that is the basic thing, right? Or else sometimes we might be redoing the existing or already produced item maybe after several months. So at that sort of a situation also we can refer to this historical data and do that if you want, right? So then we talk about predetermined time standards, that is published data based on extensive research and determine the standard elemental time, right? So that means as when it comes to garment industries or the factories, they have SMV or standard minute something, I can't remember that long word. So they have already published data. So if it is going to be a basic garment, you should produce that within this many minutes or something like that. You have to refer to that and arrange your plans accordingly, or you have to train your staff accordingly, or arrange everything. Then we are going to talk about the work sampling, that is technique for estimating proportion of time that a worker or machine spend on various activities and idle time. So this does not require timing an activity or doesn't involve continuous observation of the activity. An observer makes brief observation of a work or machine at random intervals and simply notes the nature of the activity. Right, here you are given an example. A machine may be busy or idle. A secretary may be typing, filing or talking on the telephone and so on. And a carpenter may be carrying supplies, taking measurements and cutting wood and so on. The resulting data are counts of the number of times each category of activity or non-activity was observed. That means here simply we are not going to observe a certain person throughout the entire task. So randomly we might be observing, right? So for example, from 10 to 9, I'm now when it comes to stopwatch, we observed from step A to end step, we observe the worker. If it's going to be sewing a garment, what does this person do? But when it comes to work sampling, we are not going to observe the person entirely, but randomly within 1 hour, for 3 times we are going to randomly observe, right? It might be that. So at 10 a.m. I start. At 10 a.m. that person might be idle, that I was observed. At 10:30 that person was engaged with the machine. At 11 a.m. That person again was busy with the machine and working properly. So at that time, machine was also not idle, person was also not idle. So something like that I can observe, right? So that is the idea behind this work sampling, right? So here work sampling, it has two primary uses. So one is ratio delay studies, the percentage of a worker's time that involves unavoidable delays or the proportion of time a machine is idle. Then the other one is analysis of non-repetitive jobs, involves a broader range of skills than repetitive jobs, and workers in these jobs are paid on the basis of highest skill involved. Important to determine the proportion of time spent on high skill job. For example, secretary. So secretary, that person doesn't do a monotonous or the repetitive task. When there is a requirement, that person might be doing. So at that sort of a situation, if you want to observe how busy that person would be or how much work that person would have at that sort of a situation, you can do this work sampling method. And when it comes to repetitive tasks, you can, by doing this work sampling, you can have an understanding. Now, for example, imagine you observe a person at at that particular time. That person was idle, machine was idle. So you might go and look into the fact what happened. So it might be a maintenance time as well, or idle time of the worker. It might be due to unavailability of the raw material or something like that. So you can have an understanding what happened there. So you can have an understanding, okay, these sort of unavoidable delays are happening. So sometimes based on those things, you can refer to that allowance factor as well sometimes, right? So a process that estimates proportion of time spent by people or machine on different activities based on observations randomized over time, right? Yeah, so I think I explained these things. Then we have the final thing, the learning curve, or the improvement curve that explains the improvement rate of a work as job is repeated, right? So that means when we start the job, I mean, that is obvious. Like when it comes to my maybe first as a tutor, it will take for me so long to explain the same thing. But with my experience, the same concept, I might be explaining that within a very short period of time, very clearly. Like that, when it comes to operator, when that person is sewing the very first garment, it will take maybe 5 minutes. Second one, or for the very first 10 that person might have spent 5 minutes per unit. Second 10, or when it comes to increase the 20 units, that person might have produced one item maybe within 4.5. So likewise, when you get the experience, your per unit processing time or the standard time might be reduced sometimes. Not the standard time, yeah. So ultimately it will impact to standard time. Yeah, with the experience, yes, time you spent, it reduces. That is the thing, right? And sometimes there is an end of improvement. So after a certain point, you can further improve. So there would be a standard time, or yeah, that can be also considered as a standard time. Like every time you are now, for me, for example, to explain this one throughout the 3 years, I might have taken maybe 20 minutes. So that is the maximum amount of time that I want. I can't further improve it. So likewise, when it comes to a garment, the garment industry, when they have mastered the skill in that particular aspect, after a certain time, although they produce 1,000 units or mass scale, still it takes this many minutes to produce that. So that is the idea behind this end of improvement. Was it clear? Or did I complex you? Sorry, confuse you. Was it clear or not clear?
Clear, madam.
Okay, then with this, I think I have to wind up the session. I hope you enjoyed this. And if you have any questions, please let me know. And good luck with your exams and the assignment.
Madam, excuse me. Madam, both the numerical and the theory part will be included the exam, right?
I'm sorry. Can you all hear me?
Yes, madam.
So I think, do you have any more questions? This would be the last session.
Madam, Madam, both the numerical and the theory part will be included the exam, no?
Yeah.
Right, madam?
Yes. Both will be there. I think Dr. Ginani has got one
Madam,
more. Yep.
can you
Yes.
the paper discussion class or session?
Mm, you have to discuss that with your, I don't know, the admin team or someone like that, and like if you can let me know if I can do that, I can arrange a session maybe for 1 hour or something like that. Anyway, there's a
Okay.
passport, you can refer to that as well. Last year, yes, there was a past paper, you can refer to that, but if you have questions you can ask me. But if yes, I'm allowed to do that sort of a session, I'm more than happy to do that. Just let me know. Okay, do you
Okay.
have any questions?
Madam Girigesa also, he will be also, no? Put the
Yeah,
questions to the paper.
yeah, both. Any more questions? No more questions, right? Okay, then good luck with your exam.
Thank you, madam.
Thank
If
you
you
very
have,
much.
you can reach out to me using an email, and if possible, I'll try to have a session on the past.
Thank you, madam.
Okay, madam. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you,
Thank you,
ma'am.
madam.
No worries.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, madam.